Testing? Let's see. Okay. That looks like it's only in one ear, but... So if I set it directly to that, it works. Yeah, let me see about... Oh, I bet I could set this to mono and then we'd be fine until, like... Because this one has no noise blocking at the moment, which means if I stream long enough for siblings to wake up... This is the mic aux. Alright, there we go. That should be much easier to listen to. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I'm looking at the bars in OBS and I'm like, ah man, that has to not be fun. I think it's because my little, like, audio thing I plug the thing into lets me plug multiple mics in. So I think it lets you do like a mic per channel and then do like fun audio stuff with that. Record multiple at once. Cause the mic I'm using actually has like a full aux cord, which is fun. It also means that, because it looks like the denoiser I usually use crashed or just like didn't start or something. You can hear everything that's going on. Probably sounds marginally better though, or significantly better. I'm not sure. Probably is higher quality. Anyway, getting back to the stream. Basically what I was saying is I realized I didn't actually rename the Twitch stream to reflect the YouTube stream, which the YouTube stream is a much more clickbaity title. So I'll update Twitch here to I've lost it. Switching BraneScript. Ah, dang it, my grammar is bad in the title. Okay. YouTube has been saved. I've lost it. Switching BraneScript to a pure functional node graph. So, thinking about like, where has my focus been on the scripting language recently? Actually, let me get back to like the start of my entire thing that was muted. Basically, I've been thinking a lot that like I just need to like get BraneScript working a little bit faster, but I also really don't want to compromise on quality. And those two like forces in my brain have really been fighting each other. And it has been making me like really think about the design of not just the language, but the way I'm going about building it. And I had a realization yesterday as I was thinking about all of this. So right now, I'm like very focused on the text aspect of the language, whereas like one of like my core ideas of this rendition of BraneScript was the idea that like you could have multiple different representations of scripts, whether that be text, a node graph, or even like the like honestly the cyan trigger stuff was really what got me thinking even more about that, because of that drama I like of course tried out cyan trigger, But I also like did some experiments into like what does it take to build a tool like that, and it's essentially a super small compiler that, well, not compiler, but like scripting system that lowers directly to Udon assembly. So I guess compiler depending on how you define them, and like through that I actually like saw the source code for the Udon virtual machine, because if you poke around enough in the VRChat SDK, you do find it, and it's like 300 lines of code, and I'm like, oh man, this company that has like raised like millions of dollars, like tens of, possibly even hundreds of millions of dollars, like their virtual machine is 300 lines of code long. This is kind of crazy. But anyway, all of that had me in a very, I'll say like a neuroplastic state, where like my ideas on things can change. And like, I got reminded, to be fair, 300 lines of code is better than 30k lines of code if it does what it needs to. I would agree on that, but the Udon compiler, the Udon virtual machine, with some slight changes to the design of just how Udon scripts in general work, especially Udon to Sharp, could be significantly more performant. Because in like my research of like, okay, how do I make like a cyan trigger like thing, I found out how Udon assembly handles member function calls to other Udon behaviors, which is super interesting. Udon has no support for local variables. Every single variable is a member of the object that an Udon assembly script creates. So when you do Udon assembly, you have like the regular assembly data section, and anything you put in the data section becomes a member variable of an object representing a script. So instead of local variables, they just have temporary member, like object members, that I guess can like be used wherever in scripts that they need to be. And then it also doesn't support, they do support function arguments for calling like external functions. They literally don't have any operators, just no operators. It's all external function calls. Every single thing you can possibly do in Udon assembly, like even adding two numbers, is an external function call. But when two Udon behaviors call like the member functions of each other, like if I have one Udon Sharp script here and one Udon Sharp script here, and I do a member call from one to the other, they have no support for arguments. Udon Sharp has support for arguments, but the VM itself doesn't have support for arguments. What it does is it calls the send custom event function, which takes in a string representing the name of the function, because it's represented as events, slightly like the actor model, I guess. But the way that they pass in function arguments is there's another function call you can do, which is the set or get program value, I think is what it's called. So the way that it calls a member function with arguments is that before it calls the function, it sets the public properties on that other Udon behavior, and it does it through the set properties, which also takes string arguments for the names of like the public variables. Like they have a convention for naming the publicly variables to be used as arguments. So if you have a 5 argument function call, there are 6 string hash lookups the first time it does that, and then 5 every other time. So every time it's calling that function, it has to do like string-based lookup of variables to set them. So it definitely could be designed better, but hey, it kind of works. and it actually has a lot more potential than what a lot of like creators are using it for, especially with like the whole like network events with arguments now, which actually does do like this stack machine style arguments, but not set custom event. No, we set public object variables and then call a function that just implicitly uses those. Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter too much from the design side, because, you know, a programmer isn't actually having to manually deal with that unless they're doing something crazy like writing their own scripting system. But yeah, back to this. When is the first release of Brane Engine going to come out? That is a great question. I don't have an answer for. It also depends on how you define release. If you're talking about like an alpha thing that people are actually able to use, it could be anywhere from like maybe like what I'm about to talk about now with like my new direction with BraneScript will make me move significantly faster and we get something in 6 months. Very unlikely, but possible. More likely, an actual like release happens in sometime in like a year, year and a half, 2 years. And then for an actually like usable by the community version of Brane Engine, where it's maybe not even like a full release, but like a solid alpha, that's like a solid couple years away. But onto my thing here about what I was thinking about with the BraneScript is I was focusing very much on the text representation of a scripting system, when from the very beginning I've wanted this to be like a scripting system where the representation of the scripting language, or not the scripting language, the scripting system itself doesn't matter. So it could be represented as a node graph, could be represented as a text system, and then with the Cyan trigger stuff, I'm now like considering also making like an editor fields based representation of this, just because I see why people like the way the Cyan trigger works. It's extremely context dependent, so it's like impossible to write. It's impossible to set up the actual scripts wrong from a structural and type perspective. And like when you're putting arguments into a function, you just have a drop down of every single variable you can put in there. That makes it a lot easier for a non-coder to use, for instance. So eventually, I think some version of that makes a lot of sense to put into Brane Engine. But for now, I'm focusing mostly on, or yesterday, or when did I stream last? Day before yesterday or yesterday? I think it was the day before yesterday. I genuinely, like, what day is it right now? Is it Friday? Okay. But whenever I streamed last, that was like, I was going down the rabbit hole of like essentially copying the Rust compiler and most of the grammar of Rust, and getting super deep in the weeds of super advanced language features. And that's the key term here, is language. A scripting system isn't necessarily tied to a language, because I also want to be able to very easily represent this as a node graph. And because I can see a lot more people, like, I'm writing a custom language, they won't want to learn that. A node graph is a lot easier to convince people to learn. And then if I do this editor-based thing, that's a lot easier to get people to try to learn than an entirely custom scripting language. So I was spending all this time on the least, like, both the hardest thing to build and, to be honest, the least important part of the whole scripting system. Like, yes, the language is, like, a language can make or break a scripting system, but at the end of the day, what actually matters is the runtime that runs the scripting language, the type system, which can be part of the language, but that's more so like the compiler pipeline. and then also the API of the engine around that. The actual, like, the grammar of the language doesn't matter at all. I can make it look like Python, I can make it look like JavaScript, I can make it look like Rust. It literally doesn't matter as long as, like, the tools around that are good. And what I realized is the language is a distraction. Now, it's very easy to say, like, I'm making a scripting language, and people will immediately understand what they mean. They're like, oh, you're making a compiler, and possibly, like, JIT compiling that. But I had the realization, what if, instead of spending all this time trying to make, like, a really, really solid scripting language, instead, what if we build the node graph first? And then the scripting language is the serialized version of the node graph. So we still have a scripting language, but I put, for the moment, a lot less effort into it. So now we don't have to have any automatic type inference. We don't really have to have super ergonomic pattern matching. We don't need to have super ergonomic control flow on the text-based version of this. We don't even need to have syntax sugar-like operators. As long as this is something that can be parsable into a node graph, it would work for this system, and it would still be, I would still make it like human writable. That's still like an important thing, because I do want to be able to, me myself, manually write scripts in this language at some point. But if I build the node graph first, I know for sure that the toolchain works for multiple representations of the language, because now, instead of doing like Rust style HIR, where analysis of the scripting system and type checking and type inference and all of those things are very document focused, very text based focused, if I do a graph based node system, a graph based node system can be abstracted for any system. Now, it most closely matches this, but once you get far enough down a compiler pipeline, that's what text-based representations represent too. And if it's an editor-based representation, that gets pretty close to a node-looking thing once you abstract it too. So, instead of focusing all this effort on analyzing and compiling down and optimizing a document-esque representation of things, we just build it as a node-based representation of things, with the ability to backtrack to a text representation and then reserialize that back to a node-based representation. And this is probably going to be a lot closer to like a mid-level representation than, say, an HIR. And this differs a lot from, like, it is functionally the same from an outside perspective. Like, there's a text-based representation, which is the ground truth. Like, this is the serialized version. Thank you for sticking around while you can, though. This is the serialized version of the nodes, so it's still where the compiler, like, this is still where the compiler pipeline can start. But before, I was thinking, like, we have, like, a GUI here, and the GUI, like, the ground truth that the GUI uses is this text-based representation. And then, or that's like what the GUI operates on, is the text-based version. And then that would be fed into this pretty standard compiler pipeline, which is very text-based. But if instead we have a node representation of the scripting language with the metadata required to be serialized in a human readable fashion to a text system, Now the GUI talks directly to this node-based representation, and then the text-based representation is purely a serialized version of that. And then if I make this editor version, that also talks directly to this node-based representation. And of course, a GUI node graph representation also talks directly to this node-based representation. And this node-based representation, why is this idea, why do I think this speeds up my workflow so much? It's because where in this entire pipeline would this node-based representation show up? It would show up right here. So I'm skipping this entire part of that entire part of the pipeline. And now when I'm like actually setting up a parser or serializer for this, I just go immediately from the text straight to, I might still keep like the tokenizer and all of that stuff since I've already written it, but this essentially just goes straight to here with like a stop by the parser. And we just completely forget about all of this complicated structure and build our own thing that works really well for runtime. Like, we keep this in memory as all of these different systems are open. It serves as the LSP and like type checking as you're working around in the editor. And then, you know, you do a bunch of recursive function calls or recursive query calls, and then you get your output, just an intermediate representation that is runnable. It's a lot simpler, at least from an architectural standpoint, system to work with. Now, this is extremely optimized. The pipeline that we were building before with like the HIR, it's extremely optimized because like this HIR would have eventually been arena allocated, and it's like immutable and you can do tons of queries on it, and it's just very, very cacheable and all of those things. Very, very efficient for a very, very large language like Rust that has had the decade to create that entire like super optimized system. Whereas what I need is this common LSP-esque representation of my language that is very easily abstractable to multiple systems. So that's what I'm going to do. And where does that, when I say like pure functional node graph, what does that mean? Why am I going the pure functional route? And that's because I've been doing a ton of research into like, I've gone down the huge rabbit hole of like, let me find all of the weirdest languages I can look into. So that's like looking at stuff like Erlang and Elixir, because I realized that the pipeline system that I wanted to make for BraneScript is very, it's similar to the actor model, not exactly like it. It's not as encapsulated as the actor model, but it shares a lot of very surface level similarities. So yeah, and then also I eventually I saw like the interview like Tim Sweeney did with the Lex Friedman podcast, and I'm like, it's probably like a good thing for me to probably look into. I wasn't planning on watching it at first, but then like it's a very good thing I did, because there's at one point in the interview where Tim directly says the most important part of the metaverse is the language, the scripting language. And I'm like, he knows, he gets it, he understands it. Like, I thought, before watching this interview, I thought the like epic in like Fortnite was like the most poser of all the metaverses. Like, no VR support. It's like Fortnite, so it's like little cringe. But like, oh, they're just calling it a metaverse because they have so many brand deals, you know? But then, like, listen to this interview. No, they're like getting like rock stars of like language development to create a scripting language specifically for user-generated content, and they're building it for all of the exact same reasons that I'm building BraneScript, which was like, I felt so vindicated. But that language that they're making is also it's not pure functional. It is functional, but it's not pure functional. And it also uses the actor model, which I had also like learned recently was like the direction I similarly am going with like BraneScript. Anyway, but in my mind, going pure functional is like, or was going too far. It's like immutable variables, doing everything with recursion, all of that. It doesn't make sense to make game programmers learn that. It just like game programmers just need to like make a game fast. And like I'm gonna like spend some time making some Rust style features, some Rust style validations, because I very much like languages that don't let you represent invalid state. That is something that I very much have fallen in love with. So I wanted to put that a little bit of that into BraneScript, but like I wasn't going to go too far. I wasn't going to like super go off the deep end. Mostly because doing analysis on a text document for those sorts of things is super hard, right? But here's the thing. If I switch to making this a node graph based scripting system first, and then the text-based representation, while still very important and the main way that I'm going to like write advanced algorithms and whatnot, node graphs kind of suck for imperative programming. Like when you need to represent control flow and the order that things happen, you get this super interesting thing where, let me find a good example. I think this looks like a good example of what I'm trying to what I'm getting to. You see this white arrow making its way through this scripting system? I think this white arrow is the bane of node-based scripting systems. I think this is the worst part of using them, is the fact that node-based systems are a very bad way to represent the or not very bad, but like they're an unintuitive way to represent very complex control flow. Like, for example, take this for loop, for instance. You have this loop body thing, so you have like this trailing thing that goes off into the ether. But like, you need to know what like a for loop is. That like, oh, this is going to call this multiple times, and it's like pulling from all these value references, and I don't know. This is like a very simple example, and maybe not the best one to like fully represent that. But just in general, like, look at this. Look at this. This is probably significantly more readable in text. This just... This is a very good example of what I'm talking about. With node graphs being terrible with the way that people use them most of the time. Now, here's the thing. When I say pure functional, that means that functions don't have side effects. Now, what is a side effect? A side effect is when data, when you call a function and it modifies data in some way other than passing data out of the function, which means you have to be very careful about what order it's called in. Because let's take, for example, like logging. Like if you put log statements in a node graph and there's no way to like order them, you would have no clue what order those print statements would actually like appear in, because the act of logging is a side effect. Now, BraneScript will have logging as a side effect. That is like going to be a like, I guess, a loophole. But for the most part, if you remove the ability for functions to have side effects, suddenly you don't need to care about control flow. And if instead of doing a weird for loop abstraction, if say instead you use tons of iterator patterns and then abstract those in a way that they're actually easy to understand, I could even have a thing called a for loop that is secretly a collect iterator function behind the scenes. And it would be super intuitive to use, because if you're mutating any variables in the for loop, you like have an input version of the variable and an output version of the variable. But there would never need to be any representation of when what things happen where. But you do need to order things still. Like, it is still very important to order things. So how would I handle that? And I have an extremely good solution for that, which is BraneScript already has a pattern for switching between affecting things and not affecting things. So let's actually look at this script here. Do I have multiple pipeline stages in here? I do not have multiple pipeline stages in here. Do I have multiple pipeline stages in here? Oh wait, do I? Wait, let me look back here. Can I read my own grammar? Oh, I can't read my own grammar. I do have multiple pipeline stages in here. But my like core idea with BraneScript pipelines is that you have pipeline stages. So we have this one block of code here, which affects nothing of the greater system of the game engine. It just has input values, and then when it calls next stage, or however I abstract, like moving to the next stage of a pipeline section, then it passes values out to the runtime, and those values that it passes out to the runtime is how it affects the state of the rest of the program. So if, let's say, we only pass immutable references into pipeline stages, or just pass by value or by immutable reference, it does transformations on that data, so it changes it, and then you could set up objects that represent changes to the external state, and then you pass your changes when you exit from the pipeline stage. So you say, hey runtime, I want you to do these things, and then the runtime handles actually executing those changes. Now we can have a very intuitive system where within these blocks of synchronous code, we don't have to worry that much about control flow. And then we actually order different operations by ordering pipeline stages and then moving between those. So the pipeline stages themselves become our control flow, and then within the pipeline stages, everything can be purely functional, and it won't be unergonomic to use, because you can flavor a node graph system in such a way that now you have the most intuitive node graph system out there, because I seriously think that functional programming styles would work amazing in a node graph more than imperative styles do in a node graph, because you do away with a lot of the things that make node graphs unintuitive. Now, you do have to like explain to people what an iterator is and how to like chain together different mapping operations and whatnot. But if you're trying to get somebody to learn a node graph system that doesn't already know programming, like they have no former knowledge to actually compare it to. It's just like, this is the way they learned how to program it. And I think it would be a rather intuitive system to learn. So I may be like completely going off the deep end here with like this complete, not a like complete shift from the direction I was going, but definitely like a huge pivot on the main way that you're going to interact with BraneScript for the foreseeable future, until I add the ability for nodes to be serialized with like syntax sugar and whatnot. Because yeah, we still will have text-based scripts, but they will be the serialized version of the node graph. So that is all the ideas I have, and it also gives me the excuse to immediately jump into making a node-based GUI. And what's really fun about making a node-based GUI is, oh man, I am so excited to actually get to the point where you have like the whole like node-based graph, but then you can select a node, and it will like list out all the inputs and outputs in a sidebar. And I really want to have a feature where you can inspect the types being passed in and out of the function, and have it list out all the traits of those types. So like this type implements the add trait, and it's like a little tag on it. It's like the add sized, all of like those like traits of what like the types actually are. And just, it's like having it would be like having like a really, really good LSP, but through a GUI, like a really good tool for analyzing all of the structure of a actual scripting language. And it just feels like that works so much better in a node environment than it would in a text environment, where you're trying to like shove all that information back into the text, when the best representation for that might be visual. Now, text might be a more efficient representation of that in terms of like modifying and looking at it, but in terms of like observing it, the GUI is the more optimal version. Alright, so that's the TED Talk. That's the edited thing I'm gonna post on YouTube, because like, man, I feel like it clicked. I know what I'm gonna do now. I'm like not confused about the direction BraneScript is going anymore. This direction feels correct, which is potentially dangerous, because now I'm like, yes, I found it. This is the thing. We're gonna do this thing. But yeah. So now that my justifications for why we're doing this are done, let's actually get to doing it. So I real quickly want to just see what I've actually changed on this branch. So nothing actually important. What we're going to do is I'm going to merge the current HIR branch into main, and then we're going to branch off of main again, and then set up a new repository, which will be the BraneScript node GUI. So I'm gonna say the actually, I'm not sure what I'm gonna name this program, but we're gonna make a standalone editor for BraneScript that is GUI based, and we're going to bring in the current Git repo. We're going to bring the current Git repo into the project through a Git submodule, and then start editing from there. So we're going to compare HIR to base main, create pull request, bring in chain parser from HIR branch, and then rebase and merge. So I'm not going to delete the HIR branch for now because I want to keep it, I don't know, I feel like I want to keep it around for now. And then, where's my new repo button? We are going to create a new repository, and all right, I will take recommendations. What are we going to call the GUI editor for BraneScript? I actually saw a let me check. We have like in dev general. Somebody suggested calling the asset like assemblies or modules. I ended up going with modules, but I was trying to decide what to call the compile units of Brane and then what to call namespaces in Brane, because like copying Rust, but in Rust modules are things within a crate. They're not separate compile units. They're all like separately not separately, they're all like statically linked together, essentially just one module. But somebody suggested calling either the compiled assemblies or the modules like a weave, so you're like pulling weaves together, which I think is cool. It kind of gives like Wheel of Time vibes. So we could call this the weave editor. That is one possible thing we could do. Brain nodes. Yes, then we could call it. Ooh, we could also call it neurons. Or something to do with neurons. If we're going like with the brain theme. We could call it Brainweave. Brainweave is interesting. Neurodes. We could also call it Sturdy Palm Tree. This is what Git is telling us to do. Weave does still like tie into like my string theory. My string theory theme for this whole thing, because Brane is a string theory concept. So Brane weave is like, you know, we're weaving the strings together of all these threads, and it's like a node graph, which is actually my original idea with this. Synaptic Forge. I'm very hesitant to like forge slash. So the last company I was at, their product was named Foundry, but like Forge and Foundry-esque names have such terrible SEO. Everybody names their things that. I like Brainweave. I like Brainweave. At least for now. Brainweave is clean. Node GUI scripting system for the Brane runtime. You capitalize these, right? I can't remember grammar class. I remember more than most. It looks correct. And then, yeah, let's throw this under Apache 2.0, which is my favorite. Throw this on git ignore rust, and we'll do if we're adding a license, we might as well add the other things. Usually I like having a clean repository because that's super easy to pull into your project. But yeah. Let's pull this in. Actually, why is this complaining? You don't have sufficient access rights. What do you mean I don't have sufficient? Fine, I'll do it with the GUI. Stop complaining. So we have... Where is it? Brainweave. Be gone. I don't know how to sudo in PowerShell. Okay, we're gonna go cargo, new... Is it cargo new? Yeah, I think it is cargo new. And I think it's bin by default. We'll do that for safety. And then Brainweave, what we'll do is, let's open up our editor in here. Just see what this looks like. Okay, we have a hello world. We do have a git ignore, but let's delete that for now. And it already has a git repository initialized for us, it looks like. So, oh, what is going on? So let's add upstream. I just wanted to be able to use cargo add instead of git remote add origin main. Oh wait, we want to add remote first. Did I just completely brain fart on how to do this? I think I did. Oh, there we go. And then we want to get check out main. Well, we need to fetch first. Cool. And now we have the README here. We have a license as well, very important for this sort of thing. I always forget to fill this section out, so... Now, do I put my name here, or the... Like, my... Is this... legally... acceptable to put my username here? Like, my name is public knowledge, like, you can find it super easy. But it feels weird throwing my, like, real name into there. I think I should add a DApp configuration for Rust. For now, I'm just going to copy my VS Code folder from this one over. Here we go. So now we have the cargo build commands. And let's call this just debug and release. And I'm also going to rename this to Brane Weave. Follow the correct package naming format. Actually, do they use underscores? I've used an underscore for most of my other packages. I don't know. Current working directory, workspace folder. I don't think current working directory matters, so we'll just put it as the workspace folder. And we don't need any arguments. Oh, and this just This just launches cargo. If I actually do need to do release builds, I'll write it then. This is fine for now. This is a debug version that should work. So let's test this out. Oh, it like opened in another window. Here we go. We get a hello world. Let's just check to make sure we can breakpoint on that, because that's always like... Yep. Okay, good. Everything's working. Project is properly set up. Dev environment is working. Now, the question is, where do we put the compiler? Now, see, now I'm reconsidering putting the root of the repo as the program itself. So where are we going? Where are we going to add submodules? Because submodules are the thing that makes the most sense here. I believe. I do wish there was a better way than submodules, but what we want to add here is BraneScript as a submodule. And then we want to do the actual path that we're going to keep this at, which honestly, let's just put it underneath BraneScript. If I just do submodule add, I'm going to just say BraneScript just to be safe. There we go. BraneScript is now part of the project. So if we go back here, oh, that's interesting. It has like a little check mark. Oh, wait, do I still have a root level cargo? Oh, this is the workspace. I don't want nested workspaces. Then again, I am, for the moment, mostly planning on this executable being a single crate. What is BraneScript? I just found this. So BraneScript is the custom scripting, I'm just going to call it a runtime at this point. It's a custom runtime that I am making for my VR-focused game engine. So the past couple months, I've been working on version 2 of the language, which version 1 of the language was basically a C clone with templates. Is this the thing that will have the seamless travel? That is one of the things that I am planning on. I know of a couple projects that have that goal. That is one of the large goals of my project, yes. So this is right now we're working on the scripting runtime that will potentially support that. So that's the way that, like, the code that users write, and a lot of my code, to be honest, will run too. And what we're working on at this precise moment is I decided to stop focusing on the text-based representation of this, which, like, a scripting language, and we're instead focusing on a graph-based representation for this. So, like, a node scripting system. And what I'm hoping to do this stream is just get the project set up and hopefully get some nodes moving around. Yeah. I'm glad it's exciting. Alright, now we essentially have the repo for this setup. So let's add all this stuff in. Okay, and the submodule is already automatically added. We're gonna say that this is I'm gonna just say set up project for that commit. Oh, I need to add the Discord hook so that this actually shows up in the server when I push to this repo. Alright. Want to do game dev? I'm very, very new though. Oh, best advice for that is just dive right in. Super Mario 64 minutes ago. Twitch is showing as, oh, I guess your message might have been slightly delayed. So, yes, you are correct. 64. It's just amazing how fast time flies when I'm actually streaming. Because, like, I don't feel like I have been talking for an hour straight. I feel like I talked for 15 minutes, and now we've done 10 minutes of work. But no, apparently I yapped for like 30, 45 minutes there. Maybe my impression of my own productivity is much exaggerated. Alright, now we want to get nodes working. The most important part of a node-based GUI is having nodes. So now, and behave. Now, we just need to figure out how we're going to do that. Now, I'm not going to write a graphics system from scratch for this, even though it is tempting. One of the things I do want to do eventually, once I have BraneScript, is make a UI system for BraneScript from scratch. So instead of like React Native, you can use BraneScript. But, so we have a couple different options. One is, if you look through my search history, Rust node graph. there's this really cool repo, which is archived. And these are some pretty clean looking nodes. Like these are some really clean looking nodes for Rust eGUI. The problem is this is archived, and yeah, it's probably not gonna. This is not a good thing to base your thing on. Now what I could do is fork it, continue working on it. I'm not quite sure how large the repo is, but I am hesitant to use existing code that I don't understand when I'm trying to get up and working quickly, because like I probably will need to edit this to some point. Now, one of the stated goals of Rust project, use Blocky or something if you want. Is that Rust based? No. Okay. So, so far I've actually avoided trying Raylib so far, because whenever I was in a situation where I wanted graphic systems, I could just, you know, I wanted to write my own. Like, for a 3D game engine, I want to write that from scratch. But, in the case of here, where we're going to write a UI that we may replace with our own graphics backend later, but we do just want... The graphics backend doesn't matter right now. What matters is easily drawing things. I think Raylib is the perfect solution for this. So let's use Raylib. Hey, oh, do I have caps lock on? Okay, I did have caps lock on. It's like, why it be like that? So we're going to add in Raylib. All of game dev is spaghetti code. All of game dev. More than I would like to admit. You learn as much as possible so you can avoid as much spaghetti code as possible, but then crunch hits and yeah, you're cooked. We need to hit the use Raylib. Ah! I'm not actually getting type checking yet. Hopefully my LSP starts working at some point here. We should have type checking. Is blockchain and Rust kind of like Node or Scratch based? You mean blockchain as in cryptocurrencies, or blockchain as in like a chain of node blocks? Kind of like Node or Scratch based. I'm gonna go more of it looking like Node. It might have some aspects that seem like, or like nodes, not Node. Node might get, I want to clarify that. I don't mean the JavaScript runtime. But it will probably look closer to something like, basically it will look like what I've used in the past and what I'm pulling from. So stuff like the Blender node system, the the Blender node system is the node system I've used the most. Potentially some Unreal. We'll just see. I want to kind of dive in, start building it the way that I want, and then just kind of seeing what it turns into. I am interested to see cargo debug failed. DAP pre-launch task. Oh, I bet it's the reason I don't have type checking is because it's failing to find this. Yeah, it's just called Raylib. I misnamed it. Nodes suck because it can refer to anything. Yeah. Maybe I should call it a visual graph programming. That's more descriptive, right? It's taking a hot minute to build that. Okay. Oh, there we go. Variable does not need to be mutable. I'll be the judge of that. The node editor I used last was the Udon graph editor. Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with Udon scripting systems. In fact, last week I spent a fair amount of time writing my own Udon scripting system. So I know Udon all the way down to Udon assembly now. Raylib begin. I had an offer to actually talk to the Raylib dev some time ago. I should have probably taken them up on that. Godot might just make sorry, Godot. I still call it Godot on accident all the time. It's weird because they like to refer to objects as nodes, and I don't know how that is helpful in the greater space. It's an interesting way to handle things. I'm honestly not a fan of Godot, specifically because of how they actually handle the nodes. So the one time a while back that I actually that I actually like looked into, like tried to get into learning Godot, I immediately was like turned off by the fact that you refer to nodes through strings, like string-based paths. And I like, for me, it's like a visceral reaction whenever I see anything in code where there's a runtime string where you could use literally anything else other than a string. The string text is the slowest thing that computers work with. Yes, computers are really fast at working with it, but they're the slowest inherent data type of every language. And by inherent data type, I mean that, like, you know, integers, booleans, floats. Usually strings are a core, like, concept in languages, and they're always the slowest. So immediately upon seeing a string-based lookup, I go, ah, performance isn't a concern. It's fast. It's like it's fast because it's a computer, but it's going to be doing that a lot and it takes time. Exactly. And it's like, if it could be fast just by using a different data structure, and it's even, see, the thing is, string-based lookups are fine if you do them once. If you're doing them every frame, they're not fine. So it's kind of like a, you know, pick your poison. Hey, look at that. I actually really like the default font. That's fun. But, yeah, we have GUI now. We're gonna make this dark mode, though. There we go. Much better. Yeah, Raylib has some... Raylib is pretty clean when it comes to these things. Okay. Now to actually... to actually learn how this works. Ah! Why is my hand losing tracking so much? That's because I'm looking over here. Sibling wants me to learn Unreal so I can make a game with him, but everything scares me in that Forsaken workspace. Fair. Yeah, Unreal is a beast, but kind of any editor is a beast. So you kind of just have to bite the bullet and dive in. We're gonna go straight to custom shaders. No. We're gonna start out with like drawing boxes and stuff. I still don't know why. Where's my LSP? Where's my language server protocol? It's because I opened one of these. Like, if I go in here and I look at this main RS, does lookup work here? It does. gonna go back here. I am really curious why Rust Analyzer isn't working here. Let's start with lead paint chips first. Based. Oh, do I have another editor open in this project? Oh, that's my nvenfig. Why do I have that open? And this is the previous one. Okay, now it's working. I just had to close and restart. We're good. Draw. Oh, okay. I already love Raylib. I love Raylib. Raylib is good. What does Raylib specifically do, at least for what you plan to use it for? So Raylib is a graphics library. So the ray, you may think like ray tracing or like some physics things. No, it's the guy who made it is named Ray. But it's well, they describe it as a library to enjoy or to make like video game programming style things. Basically, it's just a graphics programming library that abstracts over all of the actual graphics programming. So you can just tell it to draw things on the screen, and it does. So it just takes care of like all the actual rendering for you, and then you just write the code to tell it what to draw. So since I'm making a node scripting system, I want to draw things to the thing, to the screen right now, but I don't want to have to worry about how I'm drawing them to the screen, if that makes sense. So that's what we're going to do here. So I guess let's start out by okay. Very large project. We're just jumping into here. And I haven't actually thought about the architecture of what this looks like quite yet. So let's add in. See, immediately my brain is jumping to, oh, I need to make a UI layout system to automatically size everything and whatnot. So now we need to rewatch the video on Clay UI of like how you do a multi-pass UI layout system, or like tail calls and all of that fun stuff. Not tail calls, but like recursive layout UI algorithms and stuff. Another thing we could potentially use, which, come on hands, there we go. I'm gonna move this light closer so it potentially my hands don't bug out as much. Called an opportunity for marrying somebody with the last name Tracing. That would be pretty good. There's so many different clay things. But yeah, this was a really good video, by the way. Definitely watch it if you're interested in UI layout stuff and the absolute pain all of that is. But yeah, I guess to start out, let's just make a draggable cube, because I need to learn how to actually like use this library. We're just gonna make a draw node function. I turned off my like auto create closing brackets recently, and it is still kind of messing me up. Okay, so we need a mutable reference to a raylib draw handle. Do these return anything? No, they're safe. That's cool. So we need to draw a rectangle rounded. I need to get blend mode. Okay, I thought I saw node, but it was blend mode. And I was like, what? Okay. Can I get the current window size? So there's set window size. So there's only setting window size, but not getting window size. So I'm gonna create a UI layout struct just to begin with, and this is going to be, does raylib have vectors? It's raylib, vector 2, is there raylib? And we're gonna call this current rect, or I don't know what to call this yet. Current window. Is this a XY with height? Perfect. Good evening. For me, it is very much good morning. It's like 2 a.m. So you're not, well, you're potentially as crazy as me. I'm awake this early. I actually haven't stayed up this late. I woke up at 11 p.m. after sleeping a good number of hours. Alright, so we're gonna have this UI layout. You earned the achievement, sleep deprivation. I'm not deprived of sleep though. I am very much not deprived of sleep. Yesterday though, I was very sleep deprived, and that's when I came up with all the ideas that we're doing now. So, I've been utilizing the sleep deprivation to have visions of the future. And I had my one friend group going like, "Are you sure those are visions?" Most normal wireless moment. True though. No, I get the same thing. The sleep deprivation locks me in. It's time to lock in. Also, just in generally, like, true. Okay, now... Screw it. Static mutable, no. And then we're gonna have this node be 1/8 of the current width. Not the window should close, the width. And then roundedness. I wonder what draws a rectangle with rounded edges, but what does roundedness mean? That's just a theory. A sleep theory. Thanks for watching. So what is roundedness? Well, that must be useful to all the C developers that code without LSPs. Alright. Farewell. This is actually really cool. They have in the browser, like, it compiling into WebAssembly. Surroundedness of 100 means... Oh. That is objectively... I both like and don't like how that works. See, the thing is, that roundedness value, the margins change depending on the width and height. So if I want the roundedness to stay the same size, I can't. It's hard to deterministically always keep it at the same roundedness value. Circle wrong, rounded rectangle. That is the best way to get a sphere in Blender. Subdivision surface modifier on a cube. Much better UVs. Okay. I'm gonna check the source code here, and I really hope the roundedness please tell me it's edited. Please, I'm begging you. Oh no. Yeah, roundedness is in proportion to the shortest side of the rectangle. So in this case, it's 100% of half of width. Or not width, height. So you can see how it's perfectly rounded on one side. But then when I change the aspect ratio, it's always perfectly rounded for the shorter side. Which is like, that is some super clean math, but it's a little hard for me to work with. Okay, no, it's when I'm making like my UI layout stuff, I'm just gonna have to do extra math on the actual roundedness value so that I can make sure, like, oh, if I want it to be rounded to a certain number of pixels, rather than a proportion, I just have to calculate it relative, give it a relative roundness to half the size of width. Like if I want the radius of the roundness, if I want the radius of the roundness to be equal to, well, actually, it's pretty easy. the maximum value, roundness at 1, the diameter of the full like sphere that the roundness is going off of is the same as the shorter one. So right now the diameter of roundness is 249.44. So if I wanted to create, say, a roundness with a diameter of 20, I'd have to do the calculations to do the percentage of height that is that roundedness, and that way I could freely scale the rectangle up and down without the corners changing size. I should also look into the fact that Raylib already has GUI. Kind of like a two-tailed proportions thing in statistics. Oh, you mean like distribution graph? Or actually, it's been a hot minute since I did statistics. So this is Raylib system, Raylib test, Raylib. Let me just try drawing see if the GUI checkbox is exposed. Okay, I do have. I have GUI. That's a huge speed up. I was fully prepared to write my own GUI from scratch using just text and rectangles, but that makes it a lot easier. I guess I still have to write a layout system though. Distribution graph in the way that the value of one of the rounded corners is half the value of the roundedness property. And think about it in the way of how much of the height do I want to be round. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Man, do I need to stream at 3 a.m. more often? Where do you guys all come from? Or maybe it's my very clickbaity title. That might also be doing it. Alright, onto the actual coding. So let's just drop this at like 20% for now. Oh, I'm on the front page right now? Let's go! We hit the home screen. Segments, I think for now 4 is probably good. Because it looks like that's the auto value. And then that's how many segments it uses to draw the corners of the rectangle. And then we need a color. Oh, there is a navy color. Let's go. Actually, we're going Brane colors. This thing is going to be very forest green coded. Very forest green coded. Alright, and then let moot node pose equal to vector do. And then let's do current render, which is with DPI scale. Is equal to screen height times DPI scale. Do I need to worry about DPI scale? How do I get the actual current size of like the entire window. Height times DPI scale. I should probably do times DPI scale. And then let's do this divided by 2. This should probably be width for the X. And then let's just draw our node. And then have my weird start of a UI layout be here, and then current is going to be, I ended up not using it at all. Well, I'm going to be using this to move stuff around in the future. Let's do the same thing here with, I wish commas counted as a different word, so when I like vim delete stuff. I could delete like paired curly braces without deleting them. Expected F32 found I32. You're right, I was forgetting I'm working in Rust. Actually, I should probably do... No, that's still integer. Get the current screen height, which is by DPI scale. Is render height also DPI scale? Screen height, DPI scale. Screen height times DPI scale. These are the same exact things. They have the same exact description. We losing all the viewers with this one. All the variable declarations. Oh, do I have to manually? Yes. Debug failed. Could not compile unexpected token where? Ah, I forgot a semicolon. Started art streaming recently, and checking viewer count isn't typically great for sanity. Yeah, well, it's like a double-edged sword, where you get cut by the sword both times. Either you look at it and you're like, ah, not too many people are watching. Or you go, ah, there's a lot more people than normal watching. And neither are great. Well, actually, one of them is significantly better than the other, and is more fun most of the time because you actually have people to talk to instead of just muttering to yourself all the time. But I'm fairly... I've been streaming for several years now. Never, like, had super big streams. But, like, I would say I'm fairly used to talking to myself at this point. Do it for the love of the game. It says it builds. start it then. Come on. Why does it think that I want that? That's nice. I'm just gonna try running this again. Because it claims it finished running it. Of course, now it needs to actually... I was gonna wait for those jobs to finish before quitting. Yeah. There we go. Immediately opens, of course. There we go. We have our green node on screen. When making a C# based scripting language using English letters instead of func whatever. Don't like this a lot. Be possible. Grammar is incredibly flexible. Like, what a coding language actually looks like in the grand scheme of things doesn't really matter that much. You could replace every single symbol with an English like keyword, and the actual back end of the language would basically work exactly the same. All right, let me see. What do you mean examples? Oh, I had to add .html on the end of the thing to actually make it work. Let me see. I want to find a thing with input. Do I have to actually click into it? Arrow key. It's just click out. Why is it doing that? It's like trying to scroll through things. I've seen one that's only spaces, tabs, and new lines. Like a coding language? That is, I'm gonna be completely honest, amazing. There we go, we got it as its own page. Man, this takes me back to my days on Khan Academy. Back at the Academy. Now, the question is, did they implement Coyote time? They didn't. Not a real platformer. There's no Coyote time. Oh, okay. Now, how are we getting... Is key down. So this is how... This is how we're handling input. Yeah, this is a incredibly simple and easy to use library. Wow, I see why people love this. Alright, I'm gonna run the bathroom real fast and then be right back. Chair stream? Actually, there's no chair. Window stream. Alright, I'm back. Give me a moment to get back set up. Let's see, what game are you making? What engine? So we're not working on a game right now. In fact, we are working on an engine. And in fact, we're not even working on the engine itself right now. We're working on the scripting runtime for said engine. So, like, multi-layers deep. The engine itself has a custom graphics runtime, but at the moment, we're just using Raylib to prototype the actual node scripting system that we are creating at this moment. Do you code with your headset on? At the moment, yes. So whenever I stream, I only have like one physical monitor, IRL, but when I stream, I have virtual monitors that I bring up. So like, I'm sitting in a VR chat world right now, coding with my headset on. Surprisingly, I don't actually look like this in real life. It'd be pretty cool if I did, but I don't. Alright, where was I? Ah, yes. We are moving the position around. Specifically, we want to allow... Dang, we need more state. So we're actually going to create an entire object here. And the PSVR 2 before switch to Linux. I have to set up anything with the Windows drive. Oof. Be gone, stream viewers bot. I don't need those. So we'll make this a member function instead of just a global. And we'll make it a mutable self-reference, and we don't need to pass in position anymore. We don't even really need to pass in layout. Start the game, please. In 1 second. Right now I'm making some changes to it, and then I will. So let's do self-rect for that, and then let's change this to, instead of node pose, we'll just make this node, and then this will be a UI node. Then rect is going to be the rectangle. Then we keep is clicked with false. And this is width. No, wait, that's not width. that is X and Y, and then we need to add in width and height, which for that, we're just gonna do 1/8 of this. Why do I keep putting height into the width field? This needs to be width, like that. All right, and now we just need this to be the draw node, or did I rename it to draw? Just call it draw, and then not D. This needs to be node. All right. Now let's test out. Oh, I already had it running this entire time. I could have just pulled the window over. But yeah, this is what it looks like for now. We're making the start of a node scripting graph. So this is like our first node. Ooh, you know what I should look into? I should look into Malik's Rust hot reloading system. So there's a system that came out recently, one of my friends worked on, that lets you hot reload Rust code, which would be really cool for messing around with UI stuff here. But when we draw this, we need to check if the mouse has been pressed once, and this is if it's been released once. So I'm guessing this only happens on the frame of when it actually happens. This is what I am going to assume. So right now we're just like figuring out some very simple dragging functionality, which I guess I'm gonna make draggable a trait for certain structures. So anything that I want to be draggable, I will define as draggable. Yeah, it is going to be editor. Okay, and then when the mouse button is pressed, we're gonna set is clicked equal self equal to true, and then we'll set this equal to false. And theoretically, these might both happen in the same frame. Mouse button left. Oh right, this is Rust. I keep forgetting I'm writing Rust right now, for some reason. Alright, best of luck. Thanks for sticking around while you could. And then if self is clicked, you want to say self rect check collision. Ooh. They already have collision math. That is amazing. Actually need to do that on this. Check collision point rect, and then we need to do this to mouse position, and then if this is clicked, then we want to do self rect, and then can we get a vector from this? No. Self rect x, we're gonna say plus equals the mouse delta x, and then do the same for y. Now we run it again. And theoretically, if we click outside of the rect, it doesn't move, but if we click inside of it, we can drag it around. That is first try. I'm pretty proud of myself. There's something about draggable things that just like, you know, it clicks in your brain like, draggable thing. It's so clean, especially when it's like super responsive UI. I'm gonna add in FPS drawing. Of course. Then let's do not 12, let's do 24, double it. Try in the corners where there's nothing to do to rounding. Oh, I mean like dragging it? It would let me fully drag it out of the frame right now. Like I could drag it over here, let go, and then I wouldn't be able to pick it up back up again. Like it's actually down there, position wise. Oh, I bet I do still have to make a font size. Self X. Oh, you don't get to decide anything. At all. Oh, you mean try clicking on the corners. That is a good point, and I can tell you exactly what will happen. It will treat it as if it is a rectangle, even if I click here inside of the rounded portion. So you can see like it's treating the hitbox as if it's a non-rounded thing. So I don't think my mouse is touching the rectangle at all right now. That was a good catch though. I think it would work right there. Yeah. It's a lot more effort to get clicking working on... Oh, right, I'm writing Rust. Alright, so we have draggable thing. Where go next? And we're also getting 1,000 frames per second, even while streaming. Performance is looking good. have ping. Who ping? Ah. Okay. Where to take this next? I need to move FPS down a little bit further. It's 12 plus 20, that's 30 something. Actually, let's add the font size here. And then yeah, and it's taking the color of the last drawn thing, maybe? It's probably taking the color of the last drawn thing. Yeah. Alright, where do I want to go with this next? With a very large project, there is many different directions I could go. We basically need to start working on architecture at this point. So let's get rid of our hello world. Let's make the background color a nice gray. I wonder if that's my headset or if it actually does have a border. Oh wait, is that the... No. I wonder if that's a style thing. But it's definitely not working with the contrast on my headset very well. I'm gonna keep it as a pure black background for now, as we're prototyping this, because it makes it significantly easier to see stuff in the headset that has pretty bad contrast, if I'm being completely honest, between those sorts of things. It doesn't handle UI well. I would not actually recommend coding in the current headset that I'm coding in. If you have like Big Screen Beyond or like an Apple Vision Pro, those are significantly better than a Quest 3. Quest 3 is like on the verge of being usable, but I wouldn't actually recommend it to people. I didn't bump the headset. Put me back. Oh, and of course you recentered my space. There we go. There we go. That's mostly back into the right place. Give me my hands back. Thank you. Okay, so now I need to, dang it, I need to design. I a coder that mostly does backend, now has to do UI design. Does Raylib have icons? Oh, is there a draw icon? Why did I put it there? So they're setting the window icon. But no, I'd have to use image. Okay, it's draw texture. So if I do want to do icons, I have to do that, or I could use nerd fonts. Let's see. Oh, MIT license. Source folders not containing a. Or actually, I saw a license under SIL Open Font License. Nerd Font's original source code files, such as, so the code files are the MIT license. So the actual fonts are SIL Open Font License, which I basically just need to check. Does that mean I can throw it into my source code? As for the free use, bundling, modification, and redistribution of fonts, do I trust the Google UI though? Or AI? You can use them in books, posters, or artwork. No acknowledgement. Bundle them. Subject to certain conditions. You need to include the original license and copyright information. So we can use TTF, OTF, bitmap fonts, and XNA sprite fronts, which I believe nerd fonts I believe that these do download as TTFs, which means it would work with Raylib. Now the question is, what font do I want to use for this node editor? I want it to look super clean. Created specifically for the Go project. Oh, do they have a Helvetica? I know this isn't like the exciting part, but this is the part that actually makes things look good, is when you throw a really clean looking font on whatever you build. Ubuntu would be super clean. You know what? Let's do Ubuntu. I feel it. Was this my solution for the actual Brane editor too? I feel like it was. Okay, so aw, dang, I have to do a build script now. Ugh. Add a folder, but check Google AI sources anytime as used. Without knowing it's static data. Yeah, the Google AI is super inconsistent. Oh, I want to add fonts, Ubuntu. Oh. Then do I still have this open in the file browser? I do. I'm also gonna really quickly git lfs install, git lfs track ttf. So now we don't have to worry about throwing all of these in here. They won't contribute to the total code size. Something I just like doing real fast. this is a pretty clean font. It's condensed. Question is, if I actually ship this in application, do I still need... Oh, there's an FAQ. Let's read the FAQ. Man. Ubuntu font license. Apply at the point of distribution instead of receipt. Okay. Look at the license itself. How long is this? Font software refers to the set of files. That's weird. Why are you calling files font software? I'm glad I actually looked at that. Each copy of the font software must contain the above copyright notice and this license. These can be included as standalone text files, readable headers, or in the appropriate machine readable metadata files within text or binary files, as long as those fields can be easily viewed by the user. Okay, so it looks like I do potentially need to embed the license file with the actual fonts. Okay, so I just have to propagate the license, got it. Okay, which means we can go here, fonts, Ubuntu. As long as we keep that license file in there, we're free to use all of this. And now let's do sorry. My eyelashes are bugging me. I'm just thinking about how to properly manage these. I think I'm just gonna copy this entire folder into the target folder. Yeah. And I'm just gonna get this to write me a quick build script because there's not really like a quick CMake way to do this, so it's just give me a Rust build script that recursively copies a directory from the repo source to the repo to the executable. Directory. They're so inconsistent with when the enter key actually works, and I hate it so much. That doesn't look right. Is there an OS a simpler just have the enter key enter and then shift enter. No, I don't want to use the FS extra. Great. Okay, fine. We will use the recursive version. And I'm just going to abstract this to be come on, LSP, you can do it. There we go. I wonder why that's lagging out my entire editor. It's not a good sign. It's not a good sign at all. Is it whenever I click enter? That's weird. Ship directory fonts. So now the directory fonts is getting shipped. Theoretically, if I go to target font after building, 5 git jobs have timed out after git timeout. Oh, so it's git or nvim, something to do with nvim tree. Maybe that's why everybody toggles nvim tree off. Let's go back to build source. Why are my editor commands not working? Okay. We're quitting the editor. Oh, there we go. Now it's finally showing me the pop-up. But not really. We're just gonna nuke it. We're also gonna create a new terminal. That way it's just always scoop to this directory. Alright, so it compiled. We're actually on simple code right now. Right now, or like the big thing that I realized over the last couple days, you know what? I'm not even gonna try to go on the whole like 30-minute tangent again. I'm actually planning on editing like the first 30-45 minutes of this stream into a YouTube video. Just to explain what's like going through my head right now. But basically, I'm pivoting on how I'm actually writing the scripting language at first. We're actually starting with the node graph editor before the text-based representation. Now there still will be a like scripting language, but it's going to be the serialized version of the node graph, rather than there being like eventually a node graph GUI that creates the scripting language, and then like a regular compiler pipeline, which means I have an excuse to make a node graph editor immediately. So that's what we're doing. So it's actually pretty simple code right now, just like your run-of-the-mill just Raylib code. Also, if I suddenly die for whatever reason, I am seeing occasional visual artifacts in the headset, mostly around the browser. So if I die, you know what that happens. What happened? I'm not too concerned yet. It's mostly when like I move my head fast. I wonder if it's Steam Link trying to optimize. I don't know. Yeah. Well, see, that's because, honestly, I don't think most node graphs are actually designed well. And I think I've come up with a semi-unique way to make the node graph more like easier to think about and use. I wonder if that's what's nuking my performance. That's actually something I should let me profile this. When this window is open, rendering at 1,000 frames per second, is it consuming everything? No, this is chillin'. It's only at 75 Celsius. It feels pretty spicy though if I put my hand on top of it. I mean, I can hold my hand there. Trying today to make a basic sounding system, because all it did was compare the color of two spots on a render texture, one static and one controlled by a player. This still sounds like a thing that would be like, not like super hard to get working, but like you're dealing with textures and GPU memory. So now you're having to deal with like async GPU readback. Trying to replicate the light gun setup. Replicate a terrible VHS game system called the Action Max. VHS game system. Is that like a DVD menu game, but for VHS tapes? That's pretty cool, if it is. Oh, right. That's what I was going to check. I was going to check if... Dang. Oh. Why didn't my fonts get copied to the outer? Oh, I can't actually print line and debug this. It's like a static video with targets. Nothing about the video events would change because VHS just couldn't do that. More like a shooting gallery. Interesting. You had around 2,000 FPS when your headset disconnected earlier. That tracks. It's taking up a ton of my CPU right now. And honestly, I should lock this to the refresh rate of the monitor. That's what I should do. So I'm going to... I don't want to delete it because it doesn't... We'll deal with it. Oh, go away, window. Targets were strobing flashes compared to a control flash at the bottom. If the flash is mashed, you gotta... Oh, so it's like Duck Hunt with like the light gun. Well, my editor just crashed. I didn't mean to close the entire thing. Oh, we want to... There we go. Now we have a new window. And it is currently compiling. So let's see if our build script actually ran. Is it fine if you join the Brane group in VR chat? Sure. It's open to everybody. So far, not really. Yeah, because then you'd have to do like async GPU readback of the actual texture, do some screen space calculations to figure out where your actual like virtual screen is in relation to the gun. I mean, it's not impossible, but there's a fair amount of trig in that, and also an async GPU readback. Hopefully you're doing an async GPU readback. I think it only lets you read textures through async GPU readbacks. But yeah, you chose a reading textures fairly hard. If you're trying to do it from an actual video, if you like recreate this system from scratch in scripts, you could kind of just fudge it so it looks like it's working the way it originally did, but isn't actually in code, because it'd be fairly easy to do like a comparison of like, am I aiming at this point close enough? Like, just throw a dot product on it and then a greater than or less than. Okay, did the fonts actually get printed? No. No, the fonts did not get printed. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. I think if I do cargo warning, I'm able to actually print out. I might need to do a make directory. That's my guess at what is missing from this. But it should error, right? If this doesn't work. Looking into async GPU readback, but it doesn't seem to support reading from render textures. Oh yeah, even in native Unity C# scripting, you can't directly read from render textures. There's workarounds. Basically, you have to set there's like some weird workflow where you set the currently active texture, like render camera texture in the frame, and then you create a new texture. You read from that new texture you just created but didn't set to anything, and then that gives you the pixels of the render texture through like some weird workaround. Their big issue is that the comparison needs to happen in the same frame. It does it though? You could give people a delayed response on if they actually hit it or not. Write some asynchronous code. Then again, event system handling in Udon is an absolute pain because of their lack of arguments in a lot of areas. The Udon virtual machine is super limited. I think two-string lossy is a valid function. But like, you want both captures to be from the same frame so that they match. I think if you start the async GPU readback at the same moment, they might be the same. I'm not sure though. If you read back every frame, though. Yeah. I'm not sure. From the video player's render texture, convert the render texture to a texture. Yeah. What am I gonna do? Oh, build RS written. There we go, finally. Here we go. My guess of the thing actually was correct, but it moved it to get weave target debug build fonts. Okay, you know what? I should have looked into this a long time ago, but Rust ship package application. Of course, there is cargo publish, which is like pretty fun. Statically links all dependencies by default when you run cargo build on your project that contains a binary called GRRS. Or I guess whatever. In cargo build release, it'll be in build target release. When you use creates the explicitly need external libraries installed on the target system. This binary will only depend on common system libraries. That means if you take one system file, send it to people running the same operating system as you, they should be able to run it. So cargo. See, I want to package some non-statically type things. I want to ask people about Udon stuff because I have more friends that are good at Udon now. Then I feel like it'd be bother them, so I do nothing. I feel that. So the Rust book, or at least Rust CLI book, their solution is, yeah, just copy the exe. Of course, there's cargo bin install. install works by fetching the crate information from crates.io, searching the linked repository for matching release. You know what? I don't care about shipping this at the moment. Nobody is going to be using this but me for at least a couple. Whoa. Something is... Okay. Is it mostly... No, it's still kind of wonky. My editor is really crapping out right now. Wow. Like, it can't be Rust Analyzer, right? Maybe I just need to go through and do a purge of all the LSPs I don't need. So I'm just gonna ignore shipping at the moment. We're gonna do things that don't scale to be very, very startup brain about it, and just load fonts from the project file system. So I'm gonna say let standard font equal raylib load font fonts, and this will probably should eventually be something that is configurable. Font data, image, atlas. FNT bitmap font. Okay, so it's a bitmap font. Okay. I was like, I don't recognize that file extension. But there's a TTF right there. We're good. So which one of these are we going to use? I think we're going to do medium. So a one, two, nerd, font. Actually, let's just do regular. Regular TTF. Expected 2 arguments, but found 1. Raylib thread. Oh. Also mentioned Blit, which seems to be able to pull from under textures. Is Blit exposed to Udon? Because if it is, I think that is... You can use that. Unused variable standard font. So now... Oh wait, there's just a raylib set target FPS? That'd be perfect. ideally I'd like to get something from the operating system to get the current FPS, because like if somebody has a high refresh rate monitor, I want to match that. VRC graphics split, but yeah. Oh, yeah, that should work. But yeah, on actually reading textures, they do enforce asynchronousness, I believe. But you should look into a graphics command buffer, because if you use a command buffer, that you can dispatch it asynchronously, but it all happens at the same time. So you have to wait on the response, but it's like that it should happen all at the same moment. So now here, if I say how do I set the current font? Load font. So if we look up a font TTF, draw extended. So font bitmap, where is this referenced? Oh, okay. So when you don't use draw extended, it uses the default Raylib font. So if I wanted to draw text extended, and then I could pass in the default font, or standard font is what I called it. And it wants as ref, so let's do, we want text, we want the actual position, font size, spacing. This is complicated. That would probably work. So you don't actually have to worry about so if you did use a sync GPU readback, you don't need to worry about the pixels being desynced, because async GPU readback gets you the full frame. So you could do the recast, figure out which point on the texture you want to read, dispatch the readback, and then when you actually get like the data, when you get the callback, you just check both the pixel that you stored of where they were aiming at, and you can also, with that same exact texture that you grabbed, also check the other point. It's not like you do one readback per point that you're checking. You can use the same texture to check both at once. So that will always be the exact same frame. trying to figure out what was the... I had a command to... show the definition. Position, font size, I think it's 20 is what we want to try, and then spacing. I'm not sure what spacing should be. This one just has it as 2. From F32 is not satisfying. Oh. So we need an as-ref font, then to... Oh. I'm drawing text and I forgot to put the text in. And that is a result. Use the graphic raycaster that only works with UI elements, but probably want a physics raycaster for 3D elements. Is it? Never have I ever got the graphics raycaster in Unity to work well. If you're trying to like do a raycast from like a physical 3D gun to a video player, then you definitely want a just a regular 3D raycast against a collider, and then you will have to convert from that world space into screen space manually. I need to add a control font to see if it actually is loading that. Now, if I hadn't loaded it, it would actually I keep expecting it to hot reload. I can't tell very much of a difference between the two. Maybe a VR headset isn't the best place to be like making sure pixels look good. I don't see a huge difference. Oh, wait a second. Is this because... No. No, it wouldn't be because of that. Wait. It doesn't look different because I was telling it to use the same font. I may be stupid. Text X, Y, size. Text X, oh, it's int, not. So I guess I should use extended most of the time to get that floating point. I'm unsure on which actual like conventions or conferences I'm going to this year. I don't currently have any plans for Rowdy, but I just made the last minute decision to go to AWE, which is happening on the 10th. And I decided today that I was going. I'm hearing rumors of interesting hardware. So I'm going to be the agent on the ground floor with the camera to potentially get footage for a remote Tuesday news day. Like Thrill and Thea are going to be potentially like fully out of country during that time, so. Wait, is this SDF based rendering? This has the little inconsistencies of SDF based rendering. Maybe, possibly. Oh, the VR chat version. I hadn't thought about that. Maybe, I'm open to it. But nice. We have good looking font. It is good looking font. It's a paid event, 30 for the weekend, but very fun. You'll see how busy I am. Open dyslexic nerd font. Monofur. What is special about the Monofur font? The very curvy font. Okay, I will consider it. I will consider going. I'm unsure. Depends on how busy I am at the time. Do I want to make the entire editor have a monospace font, or do I want it to be... I could just do JetBrains. JetBrains is incredibly readable. Actually, yeah, instead of Ubuntu, let's do JetBrains Mono. Because upon seeing the code, I don't like what the T looks like. So let's grab these and the license and throw those in there. In the Comic Sans is unironically very readable. Yeah, it is quite readable. It's just it's such a meme. It's such a meme. So I'll make this configurable if people do want to put. Wait, what's the difference between NL nerd font and regular nerd font? It looks fine. But what's the difference between that? So we have this that's not the NL version. Oh, I didn't bring in the bold. Does this one have a bold? I'll compare regular then. Regular to nerd font, bold, bold, bold. I'm not quite sure which one is which. Anyway, let's get rid of Ubuntu and then just throw in the JetBrains mono font and see what that looks like. JetBrains mono. Oh. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty clean. And then if we need a bold font, we can just throw in that semi-bold. Yeah, which looks fine. I might want something more bold though. Like solidly more bold. Did I close the downloads folder? I did. If you can't tell, I'm hard procrastinating making the actual node system right now. Wait, why is there the JetBrains mono node font mono? It's like the mono version of the mono font? Indeed. I'm like, let's make this look good for the inevitable Twitter post instead of making it functional for the inevitable Twitter post. Procrastinated on dying. True though. I think I'm using the JetBrains font in my actual IDE right now. Alright, this looks good enough. Can I resize the window? No. I've not set it to be resizable. But yeah, now I know I can download in fonts, and the fonts work. And it's like really easy to do that. So now we get to design what are our nodes actually going to look like. Oh, I have to actually save this to... Okay, fine. Okay, so if, well, I mean, here's like the super simple thing. It's like we have, this is a box. You have the nodes on the sides of the box. You probably have a title here. I wonder if, is there a solid way to guesstimate the size of the font rect? Like, how big is this going to be? So that I can actually guess the size of it. When I do, because I'm right now I'm like in the back of my head planning a layout system. So we get the position, we get the font size. What does font size represent? I can guess what spacing represents. If I set spacing to 0, it just puts no spacing on it. Yeah, I really like this space. It's just super clean, you know? Okay, I can do negative spacing, I think, and squish them together, because this looks more squished than before. If I do negative 60, do the letters appear on top of each other? They appear backwards. Okay, so sizing of letters is not consistent with font size. Is there a raylib? Get size of last draw? So you can do measure text extension. Measures the string width in pixels. The width. Oh! That is amazing. Oh. Amazing. Absolute cinema. Menu, go away. Good free update for Frelly Somna with a really pretty purple recoloring. Nice. Robot bug. Robot bug that transforms into a helicopter? That is pretty cool. Okay. I want to live edit UI. This is my This is what I'm realizing. All right. I am now going to look into friend who was contributing to this. So Dioxys, maybe? Support hot patching. Is this only a Bevy thing? I'm like kind of avoiding actually using Bevy because like I'm building my own game engine. I don't want to have to rely on Bevy. Is this like React Native in Rust? RSX? Yeah, this is React Native in Rust. Now, one thing I do know is I want BraneScript to support hot reloading. So once I start writing UI in BraneScript, that's not going to be a problem. I do eventually plan to rewrite all of this UI in BraneScript, like write a UI framework in BraneScript. So then I will have hot reloading. But in this case, it's kind of like, yeah, I have to fumble around and not deal with hot reloading. So or I guess okay, yeah. So no on its own Rust hot reload, it looks like. I don't want a web UI framework. That is explicitly not what I want to have to deal with right now. I will write my own layout functions and not deal with CSS. Thank you very much. So how do I want to abstract all of this? Let's create a new UI. File, and let's grab this, throw it in here. Now we have a UI layout, and I potentially want to throw a couple nodes in here. Man, if I do UI node, it's gonna get mixed up with a script node. Like an actual graph node, I guess. We can call this graph node. And this can just be our, like, box, I guess. So now we need a structured way to actually build our UI. What I'm thinking right now for the entirety of the window is that we have, here's our screen window, and there is an inspector on the left with details about nodes. And a bar on the right that's like node adding systems. And then of course we want to be able to like be able to resize these. I'll just call it a UI box for now. Let's create a trait. We'll call this, I guess we'll call this auto size. What should I call this? I kind of want to call it a UI layout, something or other. But I want a trait for UI with dynamic size. Ooh, that's what we'll call it. A dynamic sized UI node. Don't do static UI size. Dynamic? We'll call it UI size for now. Need to get hair out of my eyes. What? Oh, do I have a microfiber cloth? My lenses look like they're pretty grimy. I used to have just like the AVP one behind my desk. That's super convenient. Ah, here we go. Here's a random one. It's the nice thing about having like a ton of headsets and other random tech devices. You just have random microfiber cloths just like all over the place. There we go. Oh, that's pretty nice. Alright, I'm gonna change up the music. We've been listening to Bleep Bloop for a while. Switch back to the standard WhiteBatAudio. Okay, and then for the UI size, we're gonna say size constraints. Now, what I want size constraints to return is both the and let's import the Raylib prelude. We also need to actually define this module as in use. Alright, I feel good about this. So when we're auto-sizing UI, yes, it is a very synthy check. That's why I like it. Okay, so when sizing UI, you have a couple important things. You have the minimum size of a thing, you have the maximum size of a thing, and then you have potentially a preferred size of a thing. Oh wait, did I accidentally grab the camera and not realize? Or am I on the ground? I just like looked up to the side and I see the camera up there. Okay, it had like put me in standing mode. Or when I'm actually sitting. There we go. And then if we have a thing with a UI size, then we're able to get the size of the thing. Or all the potential sizes of a thing. So I've yet to actually build a UI in Rust before, outside of eGUI. So only used IMGUI so far. So I'm not quite sure how I want to go about this. If we break down this idea into its component portions, this is its own custom menu. This is its own custom menu. And then the node graph itself is also its own custom UI. And then both of these, at least from this diagram, have the component of a draggable section, which means I'll have to come up with a good system for draggable thing. Actually, there might be a way to do stateless dragging. So since you have the mouse delta, let's say you have draggable thing here, and as long as you don't have to do like as long as you don't have to do reactive things, the way that we could implement dragging is you get the mouse's current position on the string, you subtract the current mouse delta on the screen to get the point it was last frame. You also check if the mouse is currently clicked. And then if the mouse is clicked and was, well, actually no, because if you move your mouse over a draggable thing while holding, you don't want them to suddenly snap onto your mouse. So you do need to have stateful dragging. So do I want to implement it as these draggable bars being part of the window? Like this margin is part of this window. So when you drag it, you're resizing that window. I think I do, because it makes sense to have them be collapsible. And then when you collapse them, you want this bar, the draggable bar, to disappear. So I think the first part of our abstraction is to have maybe many UI windows. But yeah. I don't necessarily need traits yet though, because none of what I'm building right now needs to actually be dynamic, so I'm over-engineering this. Because all the UI context actually needs right now is the add menu or add sidebar. And possibly not even that. I kind of do want like a right-click add menu. So you might want a add node pop up, which I'll have be an optional thing for now, just to block it out. We want the graph we want the node graph itself, which is always shown because it is the most important part of the program. And then we also want the inspector sidebar. So let's implement these real quickly. We won't worry about the left sidebar. I only want the right inspector sidebar for now, which really won't do much at the moment. That will mostly be for inspecting types and whatnot. So we'll have the I guess the right side could be graph context, like which graph do we currently have open, scope to what project, and that sort of thing. So we'll have the node graph UI, and then the inspector sidebar UI. Which of course removes my new lines immediately. Which I shouldn't add back because it will just remove them again. So I want a public. So what does the node graph UI need? Obviously we need a list of nodes. Which I'm very tempted to set up as a hash set. I'm gonna just throw in a graph node ID for here, and this will be a usize. And we'll just have graph node ID match up to a, let's have it be reference counted. I don't know that we need to do atomic reference counted yet. I'm not thinking about concurrency quite yet. Even if I probably should already be thinking about concurrency, once we get something working, we can rewrite it to be multi-threadable. It's more likely that these nodes are going to be querying synchronously from a database, from whatever my compiler implementation is, and I'll multi-thread the compiler implementation, but then the UI will be, the UI thread itself will be single-threaded. We'll try not to, we'll try not to make concurrency touch any of the UI code, since it is very, like, I am GUI based right now. We'll make it be the whatchamacallit, job of like what we're querying from. Yeah. I'm not making any sense, but in my head it makes sense. Here we have all the nodes, so we'll go through all the nodes, and we will to draw, we will go through all of the nodes. And just call their draw function, and then optionally we will have a currently selected node. And then for the inspector sidebar UI, we'll have, honestly, we will have the width of the sidebar, and that's it. And then this will be a graph node. And this graph node will have a vector 2 for its position, and then nodes themselves, since they just float in the void, they don't actually, well, nodes that contain other nodes do need to communicate with them to get their current size and then be able to size around them. I'm also very heavily considering at the moment having node size, like having nodes position themselves automatically instead of them being like draggable around. So when you code a node graph, it self-organizes itself, because I'm not sure when you serialize the nodes, they get serialized as like a scripting language, and I'm not sure where do you store the position of a node in a scripting language, because there's no concept in regular coding languages of this text is actually representing a node, and that node is positioned in such and such place. And now you have to have a position stored for every single operator, like just everything has a position. So either I need a third meta file, or not a third, a secondary like nodes position.meta file, or the nodes just position themselves. So I'm gonna try it with the auto position nodes, see how nice it feels, because with node graphs, obviously like auto position nodes could end up looking terrible. Like it could look really bad. But I'm hoping with like making the nodes purely functional, and you don't have to worry about control flow, suddenly the way you organize the actual graphs themselves should be able to be a lot cleaner. As long as I have a really good like algorithm for actually placing them well. That's my hope. So with nodes, they'll just draw at the size that they draw. So now we need to have a rectangle, which is self pose X, self pose Y, and then I'll just put width at 500, height at 200. We'll just hard code it for now, but we should have that be dependent upon the actual like content of the graph node itself. So here we do rect and then we need some way to signal to the graph itself. So we'll tell the graph and I want to do this through a function, not ooh, that was caps lock. I want to do all this through functions, that way we can control how it works. So function set selected, that way if anything depends on like callbacks for when things are selected or not, we'll say node, and this is an option graph node ID, and then for now we say currently selected is, or self, this needs to be a currently selected is equal to node, just like that. And then we can do callbacks there if we do need to do any sort of changes. And then for the graph node itself, Man, I'm realizing now I shouldn't actually be storing the info for nodes in the UI. I should be storing it compiler side as like our MIR representation or whatever, and then just have the visuals be based on queries into the graph system. Cached, of course. But I don't know, we'll template this out this way. Hello, how goes it? But there, if this is released, we'll say if self is clicked, then graph set selected equal to not too much myself. We're just working on a new UI-based, well, graph-based scripting system for my game engine. Yes. Well, I have a in-progress game engine. It's not quite usable yet, but it's getting there. Right, I'm coding in Rust. Keep forgetting that. So generally, you want to make your own game engine when you want to do things that off-the-shelf game engines generally struggle with, or like aren't sufficient for, which isn't very much nowadays. The main reason I'm doing it is I'm trying to make a VR-focused game engine with a very strong focus on runtime loading of content generated by users. So that's code for like a metaverse engine. But what that means from a technical aspect is that you need to be able to download code and then be able to run that efficiently enough to run it on a headset while the game is running. So most game engines are built around the paradigm of you have all your code, it's all in one giant bucket, just everything of your game, everything for your game is already on your PC, and then you click the compile button and then your game engine runs a bunch of optimizations on it, and then you get a game, you get a binary, like this packaged little folder, and then you ship that out to the world. But in cases where you have user-generated content, or you want to stream content from a server, now you need something like a sandboxed runtime. And what that means is a scripting system where the scripts themselves can't hack your computer. Like, they can't represent code, they can hack your computer. And it also needs to be able to do that efficiently. And very few people have that. Roblox would be one example. Epic is currently working on their own custom language. And I'm trying to think of other things. Like Roblox is a fork of Lua that they sandboxed even further. Of course, Epic's like calling in industry veterans to design their language and runtime. And then I'm sitting here like, I'm going to, well, WebAssembly is another one. And the V8 engine for JavaScript is another one that also runs WebAssembly, so that's like a 2-in-1. Meta for Horizon Worlds went the V8 JavaScript approach. I guess Udon Assembly would technically count all 300 lines of it. But that would be another extremely sandboxed and impotent VM. Let's see. Main problem with user-generated content is so much of it is unoptimized. Most VR chat avatars, as examples, most users don't care or don't find optimization to be very fun. Yeah, that is the downside. And that's why you need the runtime itself to be as optimized as possible. Udon, please. And that's why I'm like putting so much effort into making my own language, because I want something really, really, really efficient. But yeah, we'll see how it turns out. Okay, so I have a conundrum here. I have a rectangle, which we put in the self pose. We have the width, the height. And I want to generate this ahead of time. And then, you know what? Yeah, we'll just recreate it. Or rect x plus equals delta x rect y plus equals delta y. I don't want to have that. See, this would cause a single frame lag. Only setting position here would cause a single frame lag for dragging. I don't want that. So here we have this to make sure we don't single frame lag. Wait. You can make your own more efficient VR check logic system using compute shaders or something. No. No. I don't want to do that. Plus, most of the efficiency drop with Udon is interacting with the engine systems themselves. So, like, setting positions of things, getting properties, all of that stuff, which shouldn't be not efficient, is the most inefficient things. Like, actually just interfacing with the world, not doing math. You could do a ton of math really fast in a compute shader. The problem is you need to do stuff with that math, and the doing stuff is the slow part. Even though the doing math part is also really slow with Udon, because they don't have any native operators. All of them are external function calls. One string hash per math operation. Which is cached. I'll give them credit. The string operation is cached. I think. But it makes me tired thinking about it. Okay. So do I want to do anything with the is clicked for now? I do want to display an outline. It seemed like this did have a way to have an outline. So you can do a rectangle outline. Draw rectangle gradient. Ooh. Can I do a gradient with rounded corners? Is it like, no, it's actually 5:57 a.m. Though I've been streaming since around 1. I'm like 4 hours in right now. It is duct tape. Oh, Joe, I haven't told you this. I wrote an Udon compiler, like, with like all the cyan trigger stuff. I tested like writing my own version of that, and so yeah, I know Udon assembly now. And let me tell you, Udon, the virtual machine for Udon, is so much worse than I thought it was. It's so unperformant. Ludicrously so. But yeah, oh, to bring you up to speed on what I'm doing right now, we're making a node graph editor. That's what's going on right now. Indeed, visual scripting. We're also going pure functional, which I think is going to make the node graph work better than regular node graphs, where it would make like coding more of a pain. It makes the node graph easier, I think. We'll see once I'm actually working with the text-based representation of the node graph, if it's like not terrible to work with, because there are some people who really like coding in Haskell. Like they absolutely love functional programming, but it's usually like it's one of the cult languages. It is a hyper cult language. Let's see, wonder how it'd go if you approach VR chat about optimizing it. Though, don't know if that's possible without pretty much replacing it. So there are ways you could optimize even the current Udon runtime, but yeah, I'm not sure. I would have to dig more, like, deeper into the source code. There's definitely... Oh, is my alarm going off? It is. I would have to know what's going on with Soba to actually do that, and the main way that I would want to optimize stuff is to JIT compile it. Like, let me JIT compile it. But they want to run on iOS, which means I can't JIT compile it on iOS, but, like, screw Apple users. Because Apple. Nice. What printer did he end up going with? A1C from Creality. Ooh. I hear Creality printers are good. Let's have this return the graph node ID. Oh, Dude, you even got the filament dryer?
Nice.
We need self nodes. Nodes is the hash set. So where am I going? I wonder if I want graph node data to be a separate thing. More jaded person would literally claim iOS support on mobile in general is to get the kids into the game as well. You can use your credit card. That's not even really a jaded opinion, that's just what is happening. Like, that's just... The mobile market is huge. And yes, those are the main people of the mobile market are kids. But... yeah. Oh, can I just do new on this? I can. Expected token. How is it unexpected? Oh, is it because it wants a return? Oh, I said hash set. I want this to be a hash map. So now this will be able to do... I should be able to do add. Get mut insert. Yes, there it is. Actually, I might not need this to be reference counted. This could theoretically be Do I want to use nodes? Do I want to use hash maps? Is that something I want to do? Per frame hash map lookups. If I have 1,000 or more graph nodes on screen, and every single connection between them is using graph node ID lookups, when we could just do reference counted and like check if that. Yeah, let's do. They have the ID if they need it, but mainly let's do. Let's do reference counted week. That way we just have direct references to things. But here, I think I will do graph node ID for setting selected. That way, nodes can set themselves to be selected without needing a reference to themselves. So we'll set the currently selected to we'll match on node. Self nodes get, and then get the ID, and then let's, this should return an option. Yep. Expected 1 argument, found 0. Let's map this from a node into a there's upgrade. I think it's RC downgrade? Downgrade to weak. And then we want unwrap or weak new. So either a weak pointer to nothing or a downgrade. Like a weak pointer to something that does exist. And then here we want this to be say let return value equals RC downgrade the node then here we pass in the node and then return the return value. Nice. So now we have a way to create nodes. We have a way to actually draw them, or no, set which ones are selected. Eventually want parameters for creating them. And eventually we might not even have, we might only have a cache of drawn nodes. But then again, we don't even really need it. We might need a cache of the layout of nodes. I'm uncertain. It depends on my design for the, like, how control flow and all of that works. Or just nodes in general. What part of the BraneScript compiler API is exposed to the UI, and how much of the UI needs to be cached to deal with that? Because at the end of the day, this isn't storing much info other than, like, this isn't storing any info aside from, like, is this currently being dragged, which I might remove the ability to drag nodes. Lots of fun opportunities to cache things. So many fun opportunities with the new direction. Alright, what was I gonna do? Right. Let's add a draw function to the node graph UI. Let's have this be the first implemented function. We're gonna say function draw. Needs to be immutable self-reference, of course, and we also need the rect of the actual window itself. Like the space for us to draw it in. Oh, it's a tuple, right. this takes a draw handle and this, or not this, self. Right, because it is a reference counted. Guess we have to ref cell this. It would be nicer if it, if we do go the route of it not having mutable data in there. Oh, wait a second. Since it's also borrowed as a mutable borrow occurs here. Right, since I'm passing... Oh dang, I could just ref cell everything and be like... Yeah, that do be how it goes. Dang, rustism. Come on, LSP, you can figure it out. Fine. I will manually import the thing that I need. And then the editor will finally wake up. Okay, and then nodes itself also needs to be a ref cell, which I don't like using. I don't like using ref cells. It feels like circumventing the language, and they're also just there's also like the possibility of it, you know, blowing up on you at runtime. Oh wait, that's right. It's a counter, or cell. This one's a cell, so you just get and set. Might as well make this mutexes, right? Make it fully... just fully, whatchamacallit, asynchronous. Threaded. Thread safe. Okay, and now none of this actually complains. We can go and draw. Oh, wait. We need to set NodeGraph UI to be not mutable, even though we are highly mutating it. Okay, and then when we draw these, I want to draw a background. So draw rectangle. Ooh, I have a cool idea for like for a cool gradient. So we're gonna call this center gradient, and the way it's going to work is I want the center to be slightly lighter than the outside. Actually, no, we're not gonna bother with fanciness right now. We're gonna get the we'll make everything look pretty later. Oh, that's cool. So let's do W3 schools color. What colors do we want this graph to be? A very dark green. I like the idea of it being like a blue green though. Don't understand why Cyan Trigger doesn't seem to have if statements. I'm pretty sure I have seen it have if statements. Like if you look at their example scripts, there are what are definitely if statements and while loops in there. Dang. because we just have to RGB value this manually. What color space is it in though? U8. Oh, that answers my question. It's not a float, so yeah. Which means we can directly use the color picker values. A is 56 is too big, right? No can store up to 256. Well, 0. Oh, I think it can store. Yeah. XY with height. Then it needs a color, right? Yeah. So what do you mean you've lost it? I'm making my scripting language fully functional. And by functional, I don't mean like it works. I mean it's like a functional programming language, which is something that is yet to be seen how people will react to that. Supports those custom events with parameters now? Oh. Yeah, those are an absolute pain to get working in Udon. Because it doesn't actually have parameters. You're setting public variables on the object that you're calling the event on, and then it, yeah. It would just implicitly uses those public variables. Does it actually give you options for which parameters to set? Because I remember seeing those in the drop-down too, but I didn't think much of it. Because even Udon Sharp doesn't support custom events with parameters, at least last time I checked. Do they? It'd be super useful if they did. I'm staring at this thinking if it needs to be more fancy. I think this will be the background that I use for no, that's a little bit too bright. That's probably good. I'll do another pass over this and actually make it look good in the future. Something about that in the recent VRC update. See, that was custom network events, not custom events. Non-networked. It would be weird that for them to have custom network events with Argus, and not non-networked events. So yeah, I don't know. Now with the inspector sidebar UI, that's what I want to implement next. Inspector sidebar UI. Oh, and I need to make all of these. I don't actually need to make all of these public. Probably should make most of them public, though. Here's what I'm gonna do for the sidebar UI. I'm gonna have a couple passes so we don't have single frame. There's so many little tiny things where you might have like single frame lags where data doesn't update until the next frame after you do something, but like I'm a game programmer. I'm gonna make this thing like super responsive. Down to the frame. None of this lagging behind the mouse by one frame. Nah, get out of here with that. It's gonna be locked to the mouse. Oh, custom events aren't networked. If it doesn't say network event in the description, it's not networked. See, and then here's what do I need here? Right. So we're gonna have a border rectangle. And the width of this border rectangle I'm gonna make another constant up here, which is I'm gonna call it drag border width, and for now we're gonna set it to be 4 pixels. So then when we return the border rectangle, the position is going to be, ooh, I need the total screen width. What do you think about the Beyond Sandbox stuff? I am unaware of what you speak of. When I hear Beyond, I think of like the big screen Beyond, but I don't know what a sandbox could have to do with it. New VR game. I have not looked into it. Yeah. Actually, I'll take a draw handle into both of these. And then the position of this on the x-axis will be we'll just call this edge. We'll get the current screen width. I wonder if one of these is like the entire computer screen, or I'm not quite sure. So here it's going to be just X is going to be edge, Y is going to be 0, unless we have a top border. Really good VR physics. Okay. That does pique my interest. You want to say that Cyan Trigger is scanning for what functions are available. It's able to detect drone-related Udon events. Okay. I was under the impression that it wasn't. So why would it break if... Well then, I guess it will live for a bit longer then. Change the naming for network events. But if it changed the... See, here's the thing. If it's scanning for events... and the name changed, then the scanning would just auto-find that. Unless, like, there were network events hard-coded into the system. Which I guess would, like, you could have a dynamically found network event, and also a not dynamically found render event. I don't know. Like, there could be some instances where it was hard-coded in. Get this pop-up out of here. Just found where the function was stored, so it does have that. As in, like, the hard-coded thing, or the scanning? Oh, the if statements. Or where the if function was. Okay, okay. I understand. If self is border clicked, then self width plus equals get mouse delta y. And this actually needs to be negative y. You have some good looking code. Thank you. I say as I realize I formatted it wrong. So I'll tell you my secret. Watch this. And then I'm gonna save the document. Yeah, I have an auto formatter turned on, so whenever I save, it formats the entire document. Yee. So now we need to come up with a border color, which we have two options: go darker or go brighter. No. I like blue. Yeah, let's go with this for an accent color. Well, you see, it's dark mode. So that means our borders can pop. Okay, so if I here in the draw function, we want to first draw Oh, I don't actually want... I wrote this wrong. So this one here is correct, but the edge should be render width minus self width. And then here, this should be self width. So raycasts, the way I like to think about them is their laser pointer. You give them a starting point, a direction, and then you get the point that the dot shows up. Tried using raycast for AI once, not fun. Why is this complaining? You cannot borrow mutable more than once at a time. I mean, that should be semantically clear that they're not being barred at the same time, but eh. Physics.raycast. I have this burned into my brain. Unity is burned into my brain. I can't escape it. Even the layout of this UI editor I'm making now to escape it is slightly inspired by it in layout. Why is this curly? Why line? Give me a reason. Oh, okay. But Unity is just good. It's the evil I put up with. Not where on the collider? Ah, but you see, if you look through the arguments of the raycast, you'll see the out hit parameter. And that hit parameter, the out variable, that is what contains the point. So I'm not sure how familiar with I'm not sure how familiar you are with C#, but out parameters is like a secondary return from a function. So what's passed in as an argument, it like edits that variable, and then yeah. And you can also define the variable directly in it, so you just say out raycast hit, and then in that hit there will be a hit point. Which will be the world space location that was hit. What are you making? Me or Eric? Yeah, so the raycast hit is what you want. And let's see, will this complain that it needs... Yeah. wonder if there's a way for me to set the default point. Oh, this has UTF-8 support, so I could put icons in there. No. So we want to do font, text, position, size, spacing. So font. We want to just get font default for now. This will be a new vector 2. Then we need the spacing. Nice. Okay, so I think that fully implements the sidebar, at least for now. Ooh. You know what I could do? If I pass in a reference to the node graph UI, which is this is not how you should handle state. Don't handle state this way. But I could do another set of text, which is and then let's bump the Y down by another 32. And then here we'll say currently selected is and then we'll do get selected, and then on the graph itself you can do, I'm not going to do get, we're just going to do selected. This will be an option. RC ref cell graph node. And then we just return the result of, oh, this needs to have a reference to self. Self currently selected. borrow upgrade. Then we need to map this. Wait a second. Okay, yeah. Upgrade. That already works. So we're gonna do selected, map, and then what do we map this to? We have the node, and then node, borrow ID, because I want to show off the ID. And then I'm going to unwrap or actually let's do this to string. And then we're gonna unwrap or default. None to string. Also, don't handle string operations this way. It is inefficient. You should have an event-based architecture and cache the string. You can even keep the expensive formatting operation. You should just not do it every frame. Don't do it this way. But we are rapid prototyping, so it's fine. String operations, expensive. Don't do them every frame in the draw function. Cache them. And then change them on event changes. But, yeah. Now I think we'll actually have an interesting UI. What we need to do is UI context implement UI context, and first thing we're going to do is make a public new function, and this we might be able to get away with no arguments at first. So add node popup is none. Node graph is node graph UI. I ain't got time to actually write out that entire thing. Then we set up the inspector sidebar UI. And I think by default the width should be like 400 pixels? I don't know. Let's go 600. Actually, no, 600 would be the width of the entire window as it currently is. We'll try out 400. Oh, it's a cell. Forgot. Currently selected. I ain't got time to write that out either. There we go. So that is the creation of the UI. Let's get to the drawing of the UI. So the draw order is important, or rather the order we do things is important. First, we need to for the inspector sidebar, we need to update the width of the sidebar. And then we need to create a rect for the node graph. And then the width of this rectangle is going to be the render width minus the inspector sidebar width. And that's why we update the inspector sidebar first. And the other reason we update the inspector sidebar before drawing the sidebar is so we can avoid off by one errors on frames updates. And then the height of this is just the render height. Then we draw the node graph. Slime climbing towers to unlock skills. Sounds fun. And then finally, we draw the inspector sidebar. Let me guess, the bar checker isn't going to be happy about this. Or can it tell that we're accessing two different fields at the same time, not the same object? Nice. Okay. Okay. We may have something that looks a little bit like an editor now. So if I nuke everything, I can't set the default font. I wish I could. Or can I? No, it needs to be done after the window's created. Or maybe in window creation, I can set. Dang, nothing. So instead of rendering the node here, or the layout, or any of that stuff, we're gonna do let context equal new UI context. And then instead of drawing the node, we're gonna context draw. And we might have an editor looking thing. If it builds, that is. Little out of range. Okay, I thought it might be. Now you give me these errors. Not when I was setting them, but now. So yeah, it seems to mess with the editor when I run cargo outside of the editor. I'm just gonna run it manually. All right, this is what it looks like. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, I was so close to getting that working on the first try. Oh, all right. Let's change two things. This is going to be a node editor. I can already tell that the colors are a little bit too saturated. Because, like, you see the color here, and it looks fine, and then you see it in the editor, and you're like, it's very colored. Okay. So I need this to be... Why did I do mouse delta Y? Why am I stupid? And why is my editor crashing? I guess the last save section was in build.rs. Okay, it did actually get saved. So the other thing I'm going to do real fast is context node graph, and then just call new node like 4 times. And then it fails. Access is denied. Ah. Oh. It's because it's still running. And now we have to go through all of the compilation. The problem I'm having is I can't get the video player to consistently display at the correct aspect ratio. Interesting. Okay. Why did it do that? Oh. Oh, the, like, click was off. Off by 1 error. Okay, I can already see fun issues. So one is that I'm not, like, consuming click events. See, everything kind of just gets clicked at the same time. But on the plus side, like, hey, dragging works. Inspector currently selected 1. Probably need to make the border slightly bigger. Or at least the clickable area of it. But we are getting a node. Now we need to figure out how to consume click events. I have a very, very jank simple solution for this. Which is very simply just having a trait UI clickable. And then if this is clickable, So we're going to do consume click. And my idea with this, very simply, is that every clickable thing will add itself to a list and yeah, we'll just do consume on mouse down and consume on mouse up. So when there's a mouse down event, we'll just check if the click poses inbounds. If it is, return a boolean true, and that will stop it from going up or down the list. And then consume mouse up, same thing, goes down the list in reverse order, and then yeah. So there's only two clickable things at the moment, which is the sidebar UI, as well as the graph node. So we're going to implement UI clickable for graph node first. Seen a cartoon for code before. It depends on what you mean by cartoon for code, but I don't think I have either. Oh, I just realized. This needs to have a mutable self-argument. There's the potential that these need draw context as well. So we intend that people aren't able to draw with this draw context. And I'm assuming that... Actually, let me just check this. If I don't actually draw anything, like if I'm getting the render width, does this take in immutable reference? Like if I do relib draw handle, okay, so we could do an immutable reference to the current draw context, and it would be fine. All right, now I guess I could just manually propagate this for now. Yeah, because I'm not doing a generic, I'm not doing a generic UI system yet. Though this is like nearly getting to the point where it needs to evolve into that. We'll implement UI clickable for everything at the moment for UI context. Say self node graph consume mouse down quick pose D or self dot inspector sidebar. Actually, I want inspector sidebar to be first. And then we'll do the same for consume mouse up. And now we just need to actually implement those methods for them. So on node graph UI, we basically need to do for node in self nodes, and it does have to be a bar immutable. I'm gonna say if node consume mouse down. Ah. Ah, right, I'm writing Rust. nodes, graph cell hash map, borrow mut. No. Oh. Maybe that will help. For loop evaluate to you. Oh. Method named consume mouse down. We are async GPU readback. Okay, and then do the same thing, but with a different method name. Then we just need to do it for inspector, which will actually be fairly easy. Because we just grab the border rect. This update width. So now, what if instead of doing self-inspector sidebar, well, no, we still do need to do the update width there. But we can handle all the click events right here. We just do if the consume, or somewhere in here we're missing something. Why am I not getting any syntax highlighting? There we go. Is mouse button pressed? Then we can do self consume mouse down. There we go. Alright, so we have one stage where we handle all the mouse up-down events. And this is good because we're able to define, well, we're able to handle cases where you don't want a mouse up or down event to reach lower levels. So in this case, it's not sorted based on draw order in the case of nodes. Actually, it is sorted it is sorted based on draw order. I currently don't have a draw order for nodes. It's based on reverse draw order. But it should mean that if we run it now, seems like it starts with, okay. Do I start any of these with currently selected? When I do new node is collect, I have as true. Why do I have that as true? That's why the nodes are moving when I first start the app. It's because they all think they're selected. All right. I can't resize the window. I want to be able to resize the window. Okay. We broke everything. So let's look at is mouse button pressed? And then consume mouse down. So when we call it on ourselves, we do if self inspector sidebar consume mouse down, which returns if self border clicked, which uses the exact same logic as before. Check collision point rectangle. That's the exact same, which means that should work. I'm going to add a print statement to this. Okay, so in here, in our logs, you should see ow. Well, the logging definitely helped me fix that. Problem was both up and down were the press events, so we were having a single frame up down. Oh, there we go. And let's see, if we click on this while over the nodes, we don't move the nodes because the event is up. See, I don't trust it. If I actually clicked on it, there we go. Click on that, clicked on the node, clicked on this, yeah. So when I click correctly, it works as intended. But look at that, we can individually move nodes now, even when they're layered on top of each other. Let's make this window significantly bigger and resizable. So 1920 by 1080. Ah, it just says it to be resizable. I'm going to turn VSync on because in the case of an editor application, I think VSync makes sense. Here we go. And you can see now it's locked to 60 FPS and not consuming all of my computer resources. Oh, what was that jitter? Wonder, does that look jittery on stream? You're building your engine? Yes. So right now we're working on the scripting system for the engine. So this is like not custom UI. Why is that so jittery? Is this a VSync issue? It doesn't seem to be storing the frame anymore. Oh, you're talking about your thing. I was thinking about my jitter issue here. It is jittery? Okay. Then if I move this bar around, come on, let me click it. There we go. Yeah, that's jittery too. Why, though? Why jitter? I don't want to have to manually do mouse delta. Like it's moving too far. What if I turn VSync off? Yeah, let's check what happens if we don't have any vsync. I'm suspicious of the vsync. Could be a debug mode thing? Probably not. It's likely purely a logic thing. Something to do with the mouse delta being off. So either it's a vsync thing, so let's see what happens if we manually vsync this, because I do want to manually vsync, or I do want to limit the frame rate to not to be literal thousands when we're doing nothing. Because, like, I can, like, feel in this VR headset it, like, consuming resources by doing this. Oh, I forgot to carry over the currently selected logic. We could do target FPS. Set it to 45. Because I did have it set to target FPS. And then set it to VSync. Well, I removed the target FPS when I set it to VSync because I'm like, oh, VSync. The VSync will handle the target FPS, right? Okay, that looks solid. The only jitter is that, like, it's a lower frame rate now. So that'd be super weird if it was VSync. What if I set the target FPS to 60? So it is like where it was before, but with VSync on. Because I could totally see the problem with that being that it was updating more often than it was drawing. No, it quite possibly could be a Raylib itself thing. You might just be expected to, if you set VSync, you also need to set a target FPS. That's like a perfectly reasonable thing to expect. Ooh. That is really smooth. However, I can see a delay between my mouse and the screen. I don't know if that shows up on stream. Because it could also be my virtual desktop setup. So here, let me throw this on my other monitor that is real, and let me see if I can see a visible delay. I can kind of see one. It's not as bad as on my monitor. I guess that's what VSync does to you, right? But this is super solid. I think I'll keep it like this, at least for now. Because I could see if I get like 144 hertz monitor, this would definitely feel very slightly subtly laggy, and I don't want it to be very slightly subtly laggy. So let's fix the selection logic. I don't have access to the graph context here. However, the way that much progress made? Yes. Give me a second and I can show you after I fix one thing, which if I go to just search for graph, node graph UI, and then in here, we'll just do self, and then not nodes, currently selected. Actually, I'll just say set selected equal to node. No, there's a professional at work when there's MS Paint in the background. You know it. Okay, and then I want to here. If it gets to this point, we want to self set selected none. This is also true and factual. All right. Let's see it work. I said, let's see it work. There we go. It finally decided to work. So Raylib is like doing this thing where since I'm sizing it to the size of the window, it's like creating a borderless window and then like maximizing it. But yeah, oop, currently selected 3, 2, 1, 0. So that is working. Then Ooh, I actually need to be careful about doing it that way, because if I click off to none, I might be trying to like inspect something in here. So instead what I'll do is do self currently selected. Do I have a rect for the node graph UI? I don't, because it's dependent upon the layout of the thing. Alright, thank you for sticking around while you can. So I need to check if node graph UI so I either need to check if we're within the rec of the node graph UI, which I'm currently not computing, or just not. So I think I'm just going to make it not deselect them for now. Let's see. Set the theme to be used for I am GUI. What? So there's I am GUI in here. Okay, how do I set the full screen mode? That sets the window to be full screen. I don't want to set the window to be full screen. So what I'm going to do to stop it from full screening itself every single time I start the app is make it a pixel smaller than the size of the screen. It still did it! Okay, maybe I just forgot to save. Nope, still the same. So let's do... There we go. Now it is easy for me to move it into view. And we no longer deselect. Alright. Oh, I have been streaming for nearly 7 hours. Wow. Okay, I probably should take a break. But I think this is extremely good progress. Nope, this is BraneScript. So the scripting language is going to become the serialized version of the node graph, which, if I'm being honest, was always the plan. Oh no, why is that? Why is it jittering? Okay, and now it's fine? Screw you, Raylib, I'm turning off VSync. We don't need VSync. VSync is causing whatever that is. But yeah, so this is going to be my main focus, is the node graph. And then I don't just use Vulkan and GLFW like a normal person. I would be nowhere close to here if I was using Vulkan. Like, nowhere in the ballpark if I was using GLFW or Vulkan. And all I need is like a UI that works. This is just the editor application that I am planning to rewrite the GUI for in the future. Like, I'm planning to do a rewrite of this. So it's like, choose the simplest option. Indeed, but big FPS number is big good. You want to see a big FPS number? Let me uncomment the line that intentionally makes the FPS lower then. There you go, is that better? Ooh, look at how responsive that is. Ooh. Yeah. We are intentionally limiting the target FPS so I don't nuke my PC. Yeah, I know those are rookie numbers. When I do a Vulkan triangle, I get like, it's not worth measuring because it's so high. But that's pretty good for me not having to put any effort into like rounded corners on rectangles. Rounded corners on rectangles for free is very nice. See, it's the runtime cost. It will scale. It will scale. Right. Am I gonna do anything else today? I guess the next thing to do is connections between nodes. And then, like, node names. And then we immediately start working on actually getting the nodes to compile to something. We need to come up with a list of addable nodes and like a standard library. Basically immediately. See, this is why I wanted to switch to node graph, is because like I start working immediately instead of spending forever on the grammar. This is true. I am actively streaming while inside of a VR chat world. And also, I will say, recording. See, there's both streaming and recording. So it's like, all of the computationally intensive things I can do, I am doing right now. But yeah, I think I'm going to sign off for the day because yeah, I've been streaming for nearly 7 hours. So it is time to it's time to eat food and drink water. But yeah. But thank you very much for the turnout today. It was really fun. And hopefully with like graphical stuff to actually look at, is a lot. The next set of streams are going to be a lot more interesting. All right, till the next one. See you guys around.